There. Now try it.
Can you hear me? This is Susan.
Yes, Susan, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yep, I sure can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
So they missed all of the opening of the meeting,
Oh,
so you know.
well, we did.
We did, it's recorded.
Because that intermission, that's voice.
So do you want me to downsize this or you want her large?
Good morning.
Thanks, Millie. Which one is this?
Hi, Keith. Hi, Rick. This is Susan. Can you hear me?
Hear you fine, Susan. Good morning.
Morning, Susan. Little volume would be great. Good, it's interesting.
Can you hear me?
They're gonna get your volume a little bit up.
We're turning it up.
I'm gonna have to have you do it later. I can't have you do it now.
Okay. Okay,
Can
go
you
ahead.
folks hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I said, hi, Keith. Hi, Rick. How are you folks doing?
We're doing good. Good morning to you, Susan.
Yeah, you too, Susan.
Yeah.
Oh, you have to be ready for it.
There we go. There we go.
How about that? Good morning, Susan.
That's better. There, now I can hear you. Great.
Morning, Susan.
How are you folks doing this morning?
We're doing fine. How about you?
Great, great. Now I can hear you. I'm sorry if you were previously saying, we're fine, thanks. Do you guys want to maybe start with some introductions since we have some new faces at the table?
Yeah, let's do that. My name's Keith Turlinden. I'm the business agent from LELS for this local.
Josh Winter, investigator at the sheriff's office.
Brittany Hendricks, I'm a deputy for the sheriff's office.
Rick Mathwig, another business agent with LELS, just kind of waiting to set of the table down for it. That's about it, so.
Nellie Johnson, HR manager.
I'm Jackie Bauer, the county coordinator.
Nice to meet you,
Gaida,
Jackie.
Yeah, in person.
Denise Gaida, auditor treasurer.
Barb Becker, Todd County Commissioner.
Randy Newman, Todd County Commissioner.
Tim Denny, Todd County Commissioner.
Morning, Bob Byers, District 3 Long Prairie Commissioner.
Bill Nostick, commissioner.
And I'm Mike Downshire. I think that's everybody.
Perfect.
And I'm Susan Hanson. I'm the county's labor attorney. I'm sorry I'm not able to be there today in person. I had an unavoidable medical appointment this morning that I wasn't able to reschedule to be there in person, but it's my intent to be there in person for follow-up meetings. So I appreciate your flexibility with me here today via Zoom. Keith and Rick, as you know, we have all of the commissioners present. So as the county previously noted, this is an open meeting governed by the open meeting law. And Nellie, maybe you can just, or excuse me, Jackie, maybe you can just comment on the fact that it is live cast consistent with other open meetings, right?
Yes, that's what we're doing, is following the same process as we do for our open board meetings. So as I did think I did send that out to you, Keith, the link, and that the meeting is streamed. And then when we're able to go to our separate rooms, we'll go into intermission here. Okay. So.
The meeting was posted so that there could be intermittent closed session caucus meetings throughout the course of the meeting, but I just wanted everyone to be aware that it is live cast consistent with the open meeting law.
Very good.
Thank you. Well, Keith, and I'm assuming you're going to be presenting, not Rick, if I don't want to misspeak if
Well-
I'm wrong in that regard.
I am. I did send an email to the county, or I've sent a couple about our proposal will not be brought forward until we get to see the findings of the wage study and what the county's plan is with wages. Obviously, wages are the most important thing for us. And it will impact our entire proposal. So we'd like to see how the
Sure.
county plans on putting members on the grid, what the grid
Sure.
essentially looks like, and then we'll supply a proposal after that.
Okay, that sounds fine. So we're prepared to do that. Nellie or Jackie, I know you have a couple of documents there. If you could please pass out the countywide compensation structure document. So first, Jackie, if you could pass out the countywide compensation structure document.
Okay. Do you mean just the pay grid, Susan?
Yeah.
Pay structure?
Yeah. And then, Keith, I know we previously emailed you the narrative report from Gallagher. I think we have some extra copies available of that today, if you'd like an additional copy of that today as well.
If it's the same that I was emailed yesterday, I have a copy of it.
Okay, it is the same. I just wanted to make that offer available if you or your members or anyone in the room needs a copy of that as well.
Did anybody,
If not,
did you need, anybody need one?
Do you have a copy, Josh?
Josh?
I think I have
The
that one.
narrative? Okay.
does everyone have the Sally structure? Okay, so why don't I just go ahead and get started with a little background information. As most of you in the room know, Todd County has been working with Gallagher Benefit Services, an independent classification compensation vendor who conducts classification compensation work throughout the state. Gallagher conducted a compensation and classification study for Todd County. As part of that work, they evaluated the competitiveness of the county's compensation, the county's classification compensation structure to really establish pay ranges and benchmarking standards to ensure market competitiveness. They also conducted evaluations of Todd County positions to ensure that there were equitable compensation relationships or among positions within the county to ensure pay equity compliance or compliance with the law in Minnesota called the Pay Equity Act, which requires equitable compensation relationships between jobs. The work that Gallagher did included reviewing position description questionnaires, as well as a pay equity analysis, as well as an FLSA analysis under the Fair Labor Standards Act, and then finally a market analysis. So it was a multifaceted process with reference to the position description questionnaires. The employees in the room likely know that position description questionnaire included input from employees as well as their supervisors, where employees completed those position description questionnaires relative to job duties and responsibilities. Gallagher then performed a job analysis based on those position description questionnaires utilizing the state job match system, Gallagher's own kind of proprietary point factor grading system. They call it the JET, J-E-T point grading system. They also looked at market alignment as far as their job analysis, and then finally kind of reviewed the hierarchical structure within job families at the county. As far as the market analysis, the county worked with Gallagher in identifying 26 different counties that were identified as comparable counties to Minnesota. Those include, and there's a long list of them on page 8 of the narrative document, Keith, that you received. I'll just quickly run through them. They included Cass, Aitken, Becker, Brown, Carlton, Crow-Wing, Dodge, Douglas, Fillmore, Freeborn, Houston, Hubbard, Kanabec, LeSueur, Meeker, Mille Lacs, Morrison, Nicollet, Nobles, Ottertail, Pine, Pope, Roseau, Wabasha, Wadena, and Watonwan. With reference to those 26 counties, Gallagher provided those counties with custom survey questionnaires. Of those 26, 11 of the 26 returned those custom questionnaires, and those 11 included Cass, Carlton, Crow-Wing, Dodge, Freeborn, LeSueur, Meeker, Mille Lacs, Morrison, Nobles, and Ottertail. When Gallagher did this work, they utilized 57 benchmark positions in Todd County. And in order to do a job match, they ensured that at least 80% of the duties outlined in the job summaries as reported in the position description questionnaire process were a match. So that's how they did their job match. As part of that market work and that market study work, what Gallagher found was that for employees who are within the first essentially quartile of their employment earlier on in their career, that's what Gallagher refers to as the 25th percentile. In relationship to the market, employees in Todd County were viewed to be at 2% above the market median, but employees near the high end of their career, meaning experienced long-term employees, were identified to be negative 10% of the market median. In the middle, employees kind of in the middle of their career were found to be 4% below the market median. And that information was detailed in the narrative report as well. As far as the proposed salary structure from Gallagher, you have that before you. You'll note that it's a 17 pay grade structure, and it's a 15-step structure. It's a midpoint based structure. And there is an 8% difference between pay grades and a 2% difference between each step. Through the classification compensation work, employees in the deputies bargaining unit were identified as and evaluated as, for deputies, the deputy classification was evaluated as grade I, and you'll see that in the narrative report. Let's see, you also have investigators, right, Rick?
No.
Yes.
Excuse me, Keith,
Yeah.
you have
Yes.
investigators as well. Investigators were evaluated as grade J. You also have, I believe, court security employees, right?
Correct.
And those were evaluated as grade I. The sergeants in your bargaining unit as well, sergeants were evaluated at grade J. I think I've covered everyone in the bargaining unit, haven't I? Okay.
I believe so. Correct.
The implementation model that was proposed by Gallagher includes placing employees on the appropriate grade and at the step of best fit. The step of best fit is identified as the step in the new grade that provides an employee with the same or greater wage increase. That step of best fit is outlined and described again in that narrative information that you have, Keith,
What page?
page 6. In addition, employees, to the extent any employees are below the minimum, employees are brought up to the minimum of the salary structure. If you look through that narrative document and also look at page 17, on page 17, it references, again, all employees being brought up to at least the minimum and employees being placed on the new grade at the step of best fit, which is the next closest step in their assigned pay grade without, but meeting or exceeding their existing pay so that there are no pay decreases. If you look at page 17 also includes information relative to the cost of that implementation. Countywide, there are 57 employees who need to be placed at the minimum. The step placement is also costed there. The total cost of implementation, or the equivalent percentage of implementation, is a 1.79% increase. That's a county-wide figure. The salary structure, Keith, that you have in front of you does not include a general wage adjustment for 2025. The county has a proposal for 2025 general wage adjustment. The county also is, just to give you kind of a full sense of what we're proposing here, we are proposing a 3-year collective bargaining agreement for 2025, 2026, 2027, and we are prepared to propose general wage adjustments in 25, 26, 27. In addition, employees would be eligible for step increases in 25, 26, 27 as they move through the step structure. So again, the salary schedule that you have in front of you does not include a negotiated general wage adjustment in it. I just want to be really clear relative to that. Before we get into the specific implementation model for the deputy unit and what that looks like for individual employees, I would like to just address the appeal process. Employees were provided the narrative information yesterday. Employees will also be given will be emailed a specific letter consistent with the letter that is included in this narrative. At page 23, it's Appendix B, Keith. That letter will inform employees of their proposed grade. It will also include information regarding the appeals procedure for employees to appeal the grade designation of their position. The letter will outline the fact that appeals will be accepted through Friday, November 15th, and the process by which employees can do so. Appeals have to be endorsed or signed off by their department heads. And the letter will also enclose kind of the classification appeal form, outlining for employees the form that would need to be followed for purposes of filing that appeal and the information as part of that appeal. You know, the appeal is relating to the grade designation, focused on the work that is assigned to the position, the qualifications for the position, and the proper grade designation for the position. The appeal does not, look at things like performance, right? It doesn't look at things like the volume of work. Nor does the appeal consider salary. It's specific to the grade designation. Obviously, wages are negotiable, and we are here to negotiate not only wages, but a myriad of other things, I'm certain. And the implementation of the classification compensation study. But we just wanted to be clear relative to that appeal process so that employees and the business agents understood that. It's my understanding that the county intends to follow up with individual employees and that letter with the appeal form next week. Before I move into the individual implementation model for your bargaining unit, any questions?
Yes, I do.
Can you just speak up a little bit, Keith?
Absolutely. Do you,
Thank you.
you mentioned that the county was in compliance or close to the median value. Do you have any data specific to this membership group that would support that? Or you gave information as county as a whole. I mean, I know
Yeah.
that's important to everybody, but my primary interest is the membership. Do you have
And
any
so-
data as it relates to this group with that
So
comment?
what I was referring to, Keith, is on page 10 of the narrative document. I don't know if you have that there, but if you look at page 10 of that narrative document, that's where I was, again, referring to that information. And if you look at that page talks about the market 25th, market 50th, and market 75th. The information from Gallagher explains that the market 25th relates to employees who are early in their career, newer to their role, who are still learning. And that's where the 2% above the market median data shows. The market 75th, in contrast, again, is for employees with significant experience, oftentimes, 10 plus years service. And that's where the data showed, based on the 57 benchmark jobs, that we were 10% below the market median. This information, again, is based on the 57 benchmark jobs, not individual classifications, to answer your question. So this data is from the 57 benchmark jobs.
Yeah, maybe I should rephrase it. I understand, and I completely understand what you said about the entire summary findings. My question was, do you have any data as it relates specifically to this group in the job classifications that we mentioned?
So again, the study looked at 57 benchmark jobs.
Is the answer no? You don't have anything specific to this group?
The information reflects 57 benchmark jobs. So that's what the data considers.
Is there any data specific to the job descriptions that I represent in this study that is available to us?
Available to you? No.
Because are you because it's proprietary? Is that the reason why it isn't?
Correct.
Okay, that was my question.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't tracking that was the question, Keith. Thanks for clarifying that for me. So Gallagher, like many classification compensations consultants, their business is doing this work, right? And this work that is done for counties and cities and other entities throughout the state of Minnesota is done at a cost. And so the work that they do as part of their business, they deem it to be proprietary because it is of the work that they charge entities for. So that specific data has been deemed proprietary by Gallagher.
I understand.
I'm sure, Keith, you have market data. And, as we move forward in this process, I know LALS always does a good job sharing the market data that your staff puts together. And I would expect that we'll see that in the give and take of this process.
Yeah,
So,
you will. I just wanted to give the employer the opportunity to express if they had specific data to this group to help them understand where their placement is on the grid. So
got it.
my next
Got it.
question is, I'm a little surprised by the grid itself. Can you help us understand why the county's asking us to go from a 9-step grid to a 15-step grid, and what information Gallagher used for that recommendation to go to 15 steps?
I can make note of that question, Keith, and maybe come back to that. Let me make note of that and we can come back to that. How does that sound?
Yeah, that's a fairly important question for us. I've had a chance to look at the wage data, and I think there's a possibility for us to, it's a great starting point. The 15 steps to top, I just cannot understand why that was their recommendation based on my market analysis data with the comp group that the county has chosen to use. There's no other agencies that I could find that have 15 steps to top.
Okay.
So that would
I
be,
think it would be, I think it would be helpful if you, and again, through this process, I'm sure you'll have additional information, but if, in addition to that statement that no other agency has 15 steps to the top, if you want to share information relative to what you typically are seeing in that comparison group, I think that could be helpful for the board to hear. Obviously, it's up to you how you roll that out, but I would just
and
that.
Likewise, I'd like to see why Gallagher came up with this idea of 15 steps.
Yeah. I have that question noted. Thank you.
All right. I don't necessarily have any other questions as it relates to the grid.
Okay.
That is a,
if there are other questions that come forward, just let us know. Okay. Okay.
Go
So
ahead.
why don't we move
We got one
on?
more question.
Yeah, Susan, as long as I'm sitting here waiting down this side of the table, the question I have relates to the proprietary data, the 57, or the job descriptions. In the middle of page 10, it talks about the last sentence of that narrative. However, when evaluating individual jobs and variances to the market, some outliers need to be addressed. Will those outliers be addressed individually with those, if there happen to be locals or with non-represented people? Is the county automatically going to take the affirmative step to talk with them about being an outlier one way or another?
Say that question again, Rick.
On this last sentence, it
I see
talks
the
about
sentence.
outliers, right?
Yeah,
Is the county going to take this opportunity with this group or with other groups that come in front of them to talk with them about being possibly one of the outliers as compared to the aggregate from the Gallagher to the county that shows the 2%, 4%, minus 10%. There's some outliers to that. It indicated when I read this. Is the county going to bring those forward to those groups?
To the extent that outliers are bargaining unit employees represented by the union, the county understands that wages are negotiable, implementation is negotiable, and that would need to be negotiated. Thank you. Why don't we move into the specific spreadsheet for the proposed implementation for this bargaining unit? Nellie, Jackie, if you have that document handy and are able to pass that out, that would be great.
Susan, the
What's
one I sent to you, that Excel spreadsheet, is that what you're referring to? Okay, I'll print it off quick.
while they're doing that, Keith and Rick, just, I recognize that oftentimes in negotiations, in the typical process of negotiations, right, where there isn't a classification compensation study, it's more typical for the union to start with its first proposal and then the employer responds. We appreciated you giving us the heads up relative to your preference and interest in hearing from the county first on the classification compensation study. We anticipated that as I think in our work in the past, Rick and Keith work with other jurisdictions who've done classification compensation studies. It's typical that unions want to hear first from the employer, right? Relative to that classification compensation study. So it certainly didn't come as a surprise. We are, I think, going the extra step though in proposing the first general wage adjustment for 2025, 26, 27 before hearing the union's proposal. I stress that because I do think that is unusual for an employer to do that affirmatively initially as the initial pass. And I just would like to stress the county's efforts in doing so as part of its commitment to this process and the commitment to the implementation of this new wage structure. I say that because I certainly don't want, in the normal course of negotiations, when there isn't a classification compensation study, I know you wouldn't expect us to do that in future rounds, but I just wanted to be clear relative to why we're doing that here and to note again the county's commitment as part of this process.
Well, I appreciate that. Obviously, there's some history as well. The county in our arbitration argued that the wage study was a reason for not having a market adjustment. So I would anticipate the employer would come back with some wage study data, being that was the argument in our last arbitration for the current collective bargaining agreement. Nonetheless, thank you though, Susan.
I think Nellie does. So did you want it sent to you electronically?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, all right.
Otherwise, I can try to export it.
No, I think once she gets back, I think she's got that actually ready in an Excel.
Mike, you want one? Oh, there you go, okay.
These are some young people.
I know, it's little tiny.
I mean, I just think of, if you look at my seniority date.
Yeah.
So,
Well, because she's on the-
Nellie, I can't hear you.
yeah, well, because
Oh.
she's so.
So have you handed out the spreadsheet?
Yes.
Okay. So why don't we walk through this document? You'll, as you look through this document, you'll note for the left two columns, we have bargaining unit employees' names, first and last name. We've then included their hire date by the county and their job start date. The next column over is the full-time or part-time status of employees. Just by way of reference, the part-time employees are shaded in gray. They're shaded in gray because those are the individuals who need to work 2,080 hours in order to receive a step increase. The next column over references bargaining unit, LALS. The next column over references current job title. With some bargaining units, I'll just give you this information by way of background. With some bargaining units, job titles changed. Job titles did not change in your bargaining unit, but that's why those columns are referenced. So next to current job title, we see the current grade and the current step. And so under the current collective bargaining agreement, I'm just going to use deputies by way of example. Deputies are currently in grade 10, and step 9 is the max step under the current classification compensation salary grid for 2024. So for those deputies who are on grade 10, step 9, those employees are all maxed out at the top step of the current salary grid. Similarly, investigators who are grade 11, step 9, are maxed out on the current salary grid. Under the new classification compensation system, if you move over to new grade, again, the new grade is referenced for deputies at grade I and for sergeant at grade J. And then the proposed step of best fit is listed in the next column over, and the hourly rate that is associated with that step placement. So for example, I'm going to make use of just the first name on the sheet, just because that's an easy row for everyone to identify. Joshua Anderson, court security, currently grade 10, step 9. Court security, new grade, grade I, new step of best fit, step I, and that's at 3667. I make use of that, again, first row as an example, but while Joshua Anderson is currently topped out and has no opportunity for step movement, with this new 15-step structure, he will have the opportunity for step movement annually moving forward, in addition to negotiated general wage adjustments. So again, his step placement is at 3667. We are proposing and coming out with the first offer on wages as our initial general wage adjustment proposal of 2.5%, January 1, 2025. You'll see that in the row label or the column labeled 2025 COLA. And then the impact of that 2.5% shows the impact on the hourly rate. And for Joshua Anderson, that takes his hourly rate then to $37.59. The percent increase over his 2024 wage is a 4.21% increase. From a dollar perspective, that's a $1.52 increase. Any questions so far before I move on?
I do. This is somewhat unique. You're looking to place them on the pay grid before any general wage increase and then apply the general wage increase to the grid?
Correct. Because the grid, remember.
Is that unique with Gallagher?
What's that?
Is that unique with Gallagher? Or is that, I guess,
So the grid does not have a general wage increase in it.
correct? I guess most implementations I have seen, the general wage increase was applied to the current rate of pay, and then they were put on the grid. But I just want to clarify, that's what the county's offer is, that
Correct.
they'll be placed
Correct.
on grid and then general wage
Placement
increase.
first, and then the general wage adjustment. And I would note, Keith, if you go back to the narrative document, if you look back on the narrative document where Gallagher costs out the percentage increase of placements, that 1.79% that's referenced on page 17 is placement on the grid before the general wage adjustment. You know what I'm saying?
I do, but I'll have to analyze it, but my guess is the majority of that increase is on the lower tier stepped employees because your starting wage is increased by so much. I might be wrong, but my experience I'm guessing that's where the increase is coming from. If you're looking at, and maybe you can help me understand this, there's 175 people listed on page 17.
Mm-hmm.
It appears that increase for their step placement adjustment is a 0.86% increase. Is that correct? So
Yep,
under 1% under 1% of the general cost of this implementation is placement.
And under 1% is adjustment to the minimum. I mean, it's 0.93 and 0.86%. Those two numbers are pretty darn close. So I would say it's basically split in half there, the cost.
Okay.
So, but I hear what you're saying. Any other questions before I keep moving through this?
No.
Okay. So again, I was looking at the 2025 general wage adjustment proposed to be 2.5. The rate of pay, the hourly rate of pay as a result of that 2.5 is then listed. For Joshua Anderson, it's $37.59. The total percentage increase over his 2024 rate is 4.21%, or a dollar per hour increase of $1.52. His step movement in 2025 is to step J with an hourly rate of $38.34. There, I'll get it right. For 2026, the county is again proposing a 2.5% general wage adjustment. We see Josh Anderson's rate of pay at $39.30. In 2026, he would move to step K with an hourly rate of $40.09. I'm not sure what's wrong with me. Then in the third year, again, we're proposing 2.5%. You see the rate of pay there at $41.09. Step L takes him to $41.91. If you go to the very far right of the spreadsheet, the total percentage increase from 2024 through the end of the collective bargaining agreement is 16.19%. Again, 16.19%, or $5.84. And I'm just using that top line as an example because it's right there.
Susan, can I ask one question about that 16.19%?
Yeah,
Does that include step increases?
it does. Yes, it includes step increases. Correct, Nellie?
Correct. It's the wage from where they are currently until the end of the contract in 2027.
Any other questions, Keith?
No, not at this time.
Okay. So I know you wanted to hear from us first relative to the classification compensation study. That's the presentation, if you will, that we had prepared. You know, for the employees in the room, I would just stress to you that, and I'm sure Keith and Rick have talked with you about this, but the negotiation process involves give and take, back and forth.
I will
And
advise them of that, Susan. We're fully capable of advising our members on
oh,
negotiations.
I know you are. I know you are, Rick. And no offense meant by that. What I was going to say though is that the general wage adjustment, I want you to know that this is our initial wage proposal. And we look forward in this process to finding a mutually agreeable collective bargaining agreement. Any questions, or do you want to go ahead and caucus?
Well, we do. Let us caucus for a little bit, and I'll let you know if we'll be able to supply a proposal this morning or not. It's a lot to digest, and I want to make sure we have a really good response.
Understood. Understood. It is a lot of information, so thank you. And if, Keith, if you just want to let us know when you're ready, you have my cell, right?
I'll knock on the door and let them know if that's all right.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Keith.
Thanks.
Rick.
I just want to say one thing. I appreciate the county's effort on, I've been watching what has happened with this wage study from the very beginning. I appreciate the county's effort in trying to look at wages and find solutions for the employees. When we do offer a response, we'll absolutely give you some historical data of what got us to this point, just so you completely understand where we're coming from. And hopefully we can, I'm fully confident we can come up with some sort of agreement that'll be acceptable for both. So thank you very much for getting us to this point, and I appreciate your efforts. So thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll let you know probably shortly.
Okay,
right,
that's
thank you.
fine. Thank you, Keith. Thanks, Rick.
People know we're going into caucus. So, do we have to have a motion?
Okay, at this time, we are going to go into caucus, and I would ask for a motion that we can, to discuss negotiation strategies pursuant to Minnesota Statute 13D.03. So we'll be going offline. Is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
Motion by Denny, seconded by Commissioner Newman. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And carries, and we will be going offline.
Just, Susan, just stay.
Just stay right here.
Stay in your Zoom room, and I'm gonna switch control over to me and take the laptop in
so-
the side room.
Okay, but I'm just wanting to make sure, is this continuing to be live streamed?
I'm going to,
No, we're cutting it.
We're going into closed session.
We're going to go into closed session and move into the other room, Susan.
no, I still haven't.
We're gonna stop the recording, the live stream, Susan, and then go into the side room.
She should stay.
Okay, so I'll log out and
No,
I'll log back
nope,
in.
nope, stay right where you're at, if you can. Okay.
Got it.
It's like a double thing. There we go.
Susan, can you hear us?
I can, hello.
Okay, very good. At this time, I would ask for a motion to reopen our meeting, and the time is 11:11.
I make that motion.
Motion by Byers. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Denny. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And we are now back in open session. You're Susan, whoever, yes.
Go ahead, Keith.
All right, out of respect of everybody's time and financial commitment to this wage study, our session was supposed to be over at 11:30 by our schedule. We're going to need more time than that to offer an appropriate response. And we'll be prepared to do that at our next meeting. So again, thanks everybody, and I appreciate your
Thank you.
time and efforts through this, and we'll provide a meaningful response at our next meeting.
Thank you. I know it's a lot of information, and I appreciate your assessment and review. We too are committed to working through this process collaboratively, and we're also confident that we'll be able to reach an agreement in this process. So thank you, Keith.
I have one request. There were a couple documents that were given to us today. Is it possible to get those in an Excel spreadsheet so we can use that? Otherwise, I mean, I'll just enter the data myself, but,
Okay. Let me look at that, Keith. Let me look at that.
all right. That's
Thank
all
you.
I have.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's like a double intermission because otherwise she can't talk.
Want to see if they're going to come in right away, or do you want to wait?
No, we'll wait for a
Just a
second.
break, yeah. Thank you.
there's no way to have her talking if the live stream's on intermission.
But the whole thing is
So
on
we're
intermission whenever
we're
they're
live.
talking.
Okay, we're live.
we're live.
This is Susan. Can you hear me?
Yes, but we are live, Susan.
Can you hear me?
I hear you.
We're just live.
Thank you.
Now we're on intermission.
We're on intermission. I take that back. I didn't change it to intermission. This is.
This shouldn't have a double intermission.
We're both up there. We're up and they're up.
You know, okay.
We're okay. What's okay?
Well, it's, this is what the just clicked on, so don't touch anything yet. Are we live or are we not? Yeah, we're good.
Okay, at this point, I will ask for a motion to reopen our meeting. Motion by Lewin, is there a second?
Bob, second.
Byers with the second. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And we are now with an open meeting again. So Susan, I'll turn it over to you. Can you hear us, Susan?
Hi, Marika. This is Susan Hansen. I know that Jackie sent an email, but I just want to remind everyone that with the entirety of the board present, this is considered an open meeting. And so the rules relative to the open meeting law apply in that regard. And so I just wanted to be sure that everyone was aware of that. I know that the county had emailed that previously, so I just wanted to start with that. But welcome. We're happy to have you folks here. And maybe, I don't know, Marika, do you want to just maybe start with introductions since we have some new faces at the table? Does that work for you?
Absolutely.
And for the audio, if you guys don't mind, there's a microphone in front of you with a push button, I think, to make the microphone work. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioner Becker.
Commissioner Newman.
Commissioner Denny.
Commissioner Byers.
Commissioner Naska.
Chris Otten, assessor.
Amy Perouse, business agent with the Teamsters.
Leanne Loudon, planning and zoning.
Kevin McKelvey, planning and zoning.
Marika Olivier, Teamster business agent.
Corey Georges, custodial.
Nellie Johnson, HR manager.
Jackie Bauer, county coordinator.
Denise Gaida, auditor treasurer.
And I'm Susan Hansen. I'm the county's labor attorney. We're happy to have you folks here as part of this negotiations round. So thank you for your presence and your time here today. Go ahead, Marika.
I was gonna say, I think we're going to have you guys go first since you have a number of documents, such as the market study, which we just received a summary, but I'm not sure that it's actually even fully complete just yesterday. So we would appreciate if you went first, as we're not sure that we can even provide a proposal when we don't have all the information that we need to be able to do so.
Yeah, and we're happy to present information relative to the classification compensation study. I know that with classification compensation studies, it's not uncommon in negotiations for unions to request the employer to present information first relative to that, and we're happy to do that today. You know, and I recognize that you may need to study that information before you're able to respond. Certainly understandable. It's a lot of information, and we'll walk through that. We are prepared, you know, with a proposal on implementation of the classification and compensation study. We are also going to start with a proposal on a general wage adjustment for 25, 26, and 27. And so we're prepared to do that today. Once the union is able to finalize, you know, recognizing that this is a lot of information to think about and to study, once the union presents its proposal, whenever that occurs, then we will be in a position to respond, as well as to present whatever other proposals we have, right? So we can certainly start today with the classification compensation study, but I just want to be clear that we will have other proposals that we'll plan on presenting when we respond to the union's first pass. Does that make sense and work for you?
Yes.
Okay, great, great. So why don't we go ahead and get started? I think Jackie and Nellie have some handouts for you. We provided the Gallagher compensation narrative via email to bargaining agents as well as employees yesterday. This is the narrative document that was emailed. I don't know if people need additional copies today or not, but we can certainly provide those if people need additional copies. And then we also have a copy of the proposed step structure with the grades A through Q and steps A through O. So this is the countywide proposed step structure. We'll be referring to this document as we walk through this. We'll have some additional handouts as well, but why don't we just get started with this so that we don't overwhelm you with too much paper, at least at first. So as you folks likely know, the county contracted with Gallagher Benefit Services. Gallagher Benefit Services is an independent classification compensation vendor that conducts comprehensive classification studies for cities and counties throughout the state of Minnesota. They worked with Todd County to develop a study where they evaluated relative competitiveness of compensation, as well as looking at the classification structures for jobs throughout the county. The objectives of the study included that comprehensive job evaluation process, establishing pay ranges and benchmarking standards to ensure that there was a market competitive compensation structure, to ensure compliance with the pay equity law, the Minnesota pay equity law that requires equitable compensation relationships among jobs at the county, and to ensure compliance with the Fair Labor Standards Act, the federal law that governs exempt status and non-exempt status employees. So as part of the job evaluation, the classification evaluation component of the study, as you likely know, that involved position description questionnaires that were completed by employees, and then supervisors reviewed that to ensure that employees' job duties and responsibilities were accurately reflected in their job positions. Those position description questionnaires were then analyzed utilizing the state job match system, utilizing Gallagher's JET point factor grading system, the way that Gallagher evaluates jobs, a market alignment analysis, as well as reviewing kind of within job families, the hierarchical structure of those job families within the county. The market component, or the market study component of the study, involved utilizing a market group that involved 26 organizations. Those 26 organizations are listed on page 8 of this narrative, but I'll just walk through them really quickly. Of these 26 organizations, the Gallagher utilized salary survey data from the Association of Minnesota Counties. In addition, they sent specific custom survey questionnaires to these 26 counties for specific information. Of the 26, 11 responded. And so we have the data from these 26 counties through the AMC salary survey, as well as specific responses from the 11 through the survey questionnaire. The 26 are listed here. They include Cass, Aitken, Becker, Brown, Carlton, Crowing, Dodge, Douglas, Fillmore, Freeborn, Houston, Hubbard, Kanabec, LeSueur, Meeker, Mille Lacs, Morrison, Nicollet, Nobles, Ottertail, Pine, Pope, Roseau, Wabasha, Wadena, and Watonwa. Those are the 26. Then within the 26, the 11 who finished the requested survey included Cass, Carlton, Crow-Wing, Dodge, Freeborn, LeSueur, Meeker, Mille Lacs, Morrison, Nobles, and Ottertail. So that's kind of the market comparison that was done. In doing this market comparison, Gallagher looked at job matches. So for example, they only matched the Todd County jobs with the market job where there was at least an 80% match of duties outlined in the job summaries that were identified through the position description questionnaire. When that market study was done, if you want to go to page 10 of the handout, you can see on page 10 information regarding kind of the results of some of that market data. Gallagher and other classification compensation consultants uses guidelines to kind of determine what is competitive. They consider market results that are 0 to plus or minus 4.9% to be highly competitive. And then they consider plus or minus 5% to plus or minus 9.9% to be competitive. And then they consider slightly misaligned to be plus or minus 10% to plus or minus 14.9%. They also looked at the current incumbent pay at Todd County and compared that to the market. And they utilized 3 different points of analysis for the current incumbent pay at Todd County. They use what's referred to as the 25th percentile, the 50th percentile, and the 75th percentile. And what those references refer to is, for example, the 25th percentile typically refers to employees who are early in their career, who are still kind of developing proficiencies in their role. That's typically employees within their first 5 years of employment. In contrast to that, at the 75th percentile, you typically see employees who have significant experience and tenure, and people who have 10 plus years of experience. And so that's the definition and how Gallagher refers to the 25th percentile, the 50th percentile, and the 75th percentile. At the 25th percentile, again, comparing incumbents in Todd County to that, less than 5 years, we were found to be 2% above the market. At the 75th percentile, again, for longer term employees, we were found to be negative 10% or 10% below the market median. And then for the 50th percentile, kind of in the middle, we were found to be negative 4% below the market median. The salary structure that was recommended and proposed by Gallagher is the separate handout that you have. It's also included on page 12 of this narrative. It is a 17 pay grade salary structure, grades A through Q. And there are 15 steps in each of the grades, A through O. It's a midpoint based pay structure. And you'll see step G is the midpoint. There's an 8% difference between pay grades. So there's an 8% difference, say, for example, between pay grade A and pay grade B. And there's a 2% difference between each step. The salary structure that you have before you does not include a general wage adjustment or COLA for January 1, 2025. We are proposing a general wage adjustment or COLA for January 1, 2025, and we'll get to that. But I first want to walk through, this proposed salary structure again This does not include a proposed general wage adjustment or COLA for January 1, 2025. The placement of employees on the salary structure is proposed by Gallagher to be what they call the step of best fit. And that information is noted as well in the narrative document on page 17. The step of best fit is to place employees in their grade designation on the step within that grade that is closest to their current wage, but not a reduction. So employees would be placed on the step in the new grade that is closest to, but not a reduction from their current wage rate. In addition, if any employees are below the minimum of the new proposed pay grade minimum, they would be brought to the minimum. If you look at page 17, Marika, on the narrative, you'll see that the total cost of implementation, again, this is before a general wage adjustment, before a COLA for Jan 1, 2025, is the equivalent of a 1.79% increase. That proposed implementation cost includes putting people on the minimum as well as the step placement. The breakdown of that 1.79 is essentially, half and half, 0.93% as far as adjustment to the minimum and 0.86 placement on the step structure. Okay. If you go to page 13 of the narrative, page 13, 14, and 15, and 16 includes the grade designation of positions throughout the county. I know you have a number of different classifications in your bargaining unit of kind of a variety of different classifications. And so rather than identifying each of them, I'll just kind of let you look at that document in the event you have any questions regarding that. Okay. A couple of other things before we get into specifics with reference to implementation. I would just make note of this. It is the county's intent to provide employees with individual letters consistent with the information outlined on page 23, which is the proposed letter to individual employees outlining the classification compensation study grade designation. That information in the letter will also outline for employees the appeal process. And I just want to be clear with reference to that, appeals will be accepted by the county through Friday, November 15. The letter will include information regarding the appeals process and a template for employees to complete to appeal their grade designation if they so choose. The appeal, as noted in the narrative, is an appeal of the grade designation, focusing on the work that is assigned to the position, the qualifications required to perform the work, and the application of the grade specifications. It doesn't focus on salary, right? It doesn't focus on compensation. We recognize, obviously, that wages are negotiable and implementation of a salary system is negotiable. And so that's what we're here to do. But the appeal is relative to the grade. And so I just wanted to make that distinction understood. We do also have another handout, unless there are other specific questions, but we do have a handout that outlines kind of the specific proposed implementation for this bargaining unit. Nellie, if you're able to hand that out now, that would be helpful. We are proposing, Marika, and I know it's somewhat unusual, but we are starting And the county is starting again with a specific wage proposal out of the gate. And so with reference to that wage proposal, we've included that on this document. As I've previously noted, the salary structure that you have does not include a general wage adjustment. We are proposing a 2.5% general wage adjustment year one, a 2.5% general wage adjustment year two, and a 2.5% general wage adjustment year three. And we are starting this process by starting first with that proposal, recognizing that that's part of this classification compensation. Recognizing that in future rounds of negotiations, you know, in typical rounds of negotiations, when there isn't a class comp study, you know, typically the union would go first with that. But this round, given the fact that we have this study, we thought it would be best if we started with the wage proposal. If we could just walk through this document, and I will just utilize the first row by way of example, just because it's an easy area to follow along. But if you start in the left column, we have bargaining unit name, last name, first name. And so the first name, Kristen, moving down next to that, her hire date was September 26th. And her job start date was also September 26th. There's a couple of employees who
We don't
have a job start
that's,
date.
Susan, that's not our first name.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Su-
I apologize. I was down in my Excel spreadsheet. That's my mistake.
Yeah, it should be
Jessica,
alphabetical.
right?
Yep, perfect.
Jessica, I'm sorry. I had just I was looking down further in the Excel spreadsheet on my monitor. I apologize. So it's Jessica. Thank you for catching that and correcting me. So Jessica has a hire date of June 16, 2021. She's a full-time employee. So to the extent there are full-time employees or part-time employees, that's noted in this column. And then we've included the division. Here it's solid waste, and then the bargaining unit. And here we're in with Teamsters Courthouse. The current job title is office assistant. She's currently at grade 8 in the current 2024 salary grid. And at grade 8, step 5 of the current grid, her wage rate is $28.11. Now, some job titles are proposed to change as part of the classification compensation study, and administrative assistant or office assistant is one. Office assistant's new job title is administrative specialist 2. The administrative assistant new job title is administrative specialist. Administrative assistant goes to administrative assistant 2. And I think that's it as well. Administrative support specialist goes to administrative specialist. And the change in job titles are highlighted in yellow. Going back up to Jessica, with the current rate of pay, the new grade on the new classification compensation study as determined by Gallagher is grade F. And as far as the step of best fit, the step of best fit is step H on grade F. And we see the rate of pay there to be $28.54. So the placement on this salary schedule results in a wage of $28.54. We are proposing a general wage adjustment or COLA effective Jan 1, 2025 of 2.5%. And you'll see that on the spreadsheet as well. That results in a rate of pay of $29.25. That percentage increase coupled with the 2.5 as well as the implementation is 4.06%. for Jessica. And then the dollar amount increase for her is $1.14. $1.14, excuse me. In 2025, she would be eligible for a step increase to step I, and then the hourly rate of pay would be $29.84. Again, in 2026, we're proposing a 2.5% increase. That then we see the dollar per hour wage for Jessica at $30.59. The step that she would be eligible for in 2026 is step J, resulting in a wage of $31.20. Moving into 2027, similarly, we're proposing a 2.5% increase, resulting in an hourly wage of $31.98. Step movement to step K, resulting in an hourly wage rate of $32.62. When we compare the total percentage increase from year-end 2024 through year-end 2027, with the implementation onto the new step structure, the general wage adjustments, and the step increases, that's a total of 16.04%, or $4.51. That type of information tracks down for all of the classifications throughout the bargaining unit. The process here in negotiations, recognizing that the implementation of a classification compensation study is negotiable, recognizing that wages are negotiable. There's back and forth and give and take with this. I do want to stress that our general wage adjustment proposal is our initial proposal. And we look forward to, as part of this process, working with Teamsters collaboratively to find a mutually agreeable collective bargaining agreement for 25, 26, and 27. We are proposing and seeking a 3-year agreement, but once we hear the union's response, whenever we do, we will have additional proposals beyond wages. So what questions, Marika, do you or your group have? It's a lot of information, I know. So I recognize kind of the need to study it.
Yeah, we will need time, but initially, I guess some comments or questions would be, I'm assuming that the market study goal for the county is to get within markets, to not have recruitment and retention issues. Would that be a correct statement?
Well,
Or what is the county's goal, I guess, then?
Yeah, and so go back to page 3. So the goals do indicate a goal of market competitiveness. Absolutely. And a goal of pay equity compliance, a goal of FLSA compliance, and a goal of having classifications evaluated appropriately.
So with questions kind of / comments with one of the goals being competitive and looking at the comparables, I'm curious where the county comes from or what data they're using that they would be looking at a 15-step system. Point blank, when I look at comparables, I have no other organizations at a 15-step. As a matter of fact, on average, an average is a 10-step system, which obviously makes a difference in the percentages of your 2% between steps in addition. So, if you've got other data to share, that would be appreciated. So that's not what I'm
right. Absolutely. So the 15 steps, that number of steps, if you will, was proposed by Gallagher The feedback that we received from Gallagher was that they typically see step structures in that range. I think there was some concern as well that there are employees throughout the county who are currently, topped out at step 9 of the current classification compensation study. If you look back at the Excel spreadsheet that we handed out, in your bargaining unit, there are a number of employees that are topped out at step 9. And we oftentimes hear from employees concerns that, I'm at the max, I'm not eligible for a step increase anymore, right? And feelings like they're only eligible for a general wage adjustment and not a step increase. And so a longer, that 15-step structure enables those employees to have opportunity for step movement in the future. We certainly appreciate that feedback, though, on kind of what you're seeing in the market relative to step structures.
Yeah, you're just dragging it out over 15 years to 15 years instead of 10. Even a couple in my comparables, they come on and within 6 months they get their first step and move to the second step by year 1. So I know you've struggled with some of the data through this market study with Gallagher. I just question, I guess, the accuracy of it still to this point with that and my knowledge being an average of 10 years step system that their recommendation is 15 steps. So I'm where is that data coming from?
Again, the recommendation comes from Gallagher.
In addition to that, in your documents, it also indicates there are outliers. So I would question, is the county going to be providing what positions are those outliers that are part of my bargaining group?
So we recognize that as part of negotiations, we need to negotiate with the exclusive rep of employees' wages. And so we're fully prepared to do that to the extent outliers are included within specific bargaining units, to do so with those exclusive reps.
So I can anticipate further information on what classifications would be outliers within my bargaining group?
To the extent your bargaining unit includes outliers, correct.
Just another thing that I've noticed and I guess would point out or ask for clarification in case I'm misunderstanding your documents here. It appears that based on the wage or the grid that's proposed, at the middle of the grid, essentially, that would be 50% of the market. Would that be correct?
No, that's not the 50th percentile. Again, if you're talking about back on page 10, right? Market 50th, is that what you're referring to?
No, would be page 12. At the top on the step structure hourly pay, G, the P50. Is that 50% of market?
So that's not what that means. So if you go back to page 10, that 50th percentile again refers to the incumbents within Todd County, and the way that Gallagher defines those terms. I previously talked about the 25th percentile and the 75th percentile. You'll recall I talked about the fact that people in the 25th percentile are those employees early in their career, typically less than 5 years of employment. The 75th percentile is employees typically with long tenure, more than 10 years of service. And then the 50th is typically employees with that 5 to 10 years. And so this information on page 10 compares the incumbent pay at Todd County to the 25th percentile in the market, the 50th percentile in the market, the 75th percentile in the market. It doesn't say it doesn't mean that's 50% of the market rate. Do you understand that distinction?
Yep, I do. You're establishing
So,
that it's, yeah, halfway through their career essentially.
right. And so, but if we look more at page 10, it does show that at the top for those 10-year plus employees, that's where you see the current pay structure at Todd County being 10% below the comparison counties employees who were at similar points in their career, right? And at the 50th percentile, that's where we see that the Todd County salary structure currently is 4 percentage points below that market 50th percentile. I hope that helps, that explanation.
No, I understand that and how that works. So to clarify, the proposed pay structure puts the county at what percentile of the market?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Isn't that the purpose of the study?
If you're looking for a specific percentage, I can't give you a specific percentage. I can ask that information, but I don't have that in front of me.
Yeah, I think
this data shows
we would need to have that.
What's that?
We would need to have that. What this grid, what percentage of the market this proposed grid puts us at. In correlation, I guess I would just like to reference that the board back in August, I think August 28th to be specific, for elected officials when looking at market data and study, did put elected officials anywhere from 95 to 104% of within the market of their pay. And so I think that's a relevant question for my membership.
Say those percentages one more time, Marika. I couldn't quite hear
I
that.
believe it was 95 to 104%, depending which elected official.
Okay, thank you. What other questions do you have, Marika?
I don't believe that I have any other questions at this point. I think we need to have some answers to the questions that we've asked and review the data, and we can then go from there.
Okay. Do you want to caucus or are you?
Yeah, we're not going to have enough time to be able to respond.
Okay. Sounds good. Well, thank you very much for your time today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
We'll now be going into intermission, and the time is 12:08.
But I'm gonna go to it. It should be,
Hello,
go ahead.
Susan, can you hear us?
I can, hello.
Hello. Okay, we're going to reopen our meeting then.
Great, thank you.
Okay, the time is 1:29, and we'll be reopening our meeting for negotiations. I need a motion to open.
So moved.
Motion by Danny, the second. Second by Newman. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And carries. We are now in session once again. And Jackie's heading out to get the unions to come in.
Great.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, unless you want to give it to Chris in the office. Oh, okay. Yeah, just be careful.
Well, usually I'm just carrying back and forth from here.
Yeah. Hello.
Hi, Casey. Hi, folks. This is Susan Hansen. I'm the county's labor attorney. I'm sorry I'm not able to be there in person today, but we appreciate your ability to meet with us. We are, as you can see, we have the entire board present in negotiations. And so given that this is an open meeting, covered by the open meeting procedures associated with the county board meetings, and I believe Jackie may have sent an email to you about that yesterday, Casey.
Yeah.
So maybe we could just go ahead and get started with introductions, if that works.
Okay, I'll start. I'm Barb Becker, Commissioner.
Randy Newman, Commissioner.
Tim Denny, Commissioner.
Bob Byers, Commissioner.
Lou Naska, Commissioner.
Lauren Feldbaum, County Engineer.
Pat Berenger.
Linus Cole, Todd County Public Works.
Casey Worm, Labor Rep, Ask Me 65.
Adam Olson, Public Works.
Nellie Johnson, HR.
Jackie Bauer, County Coordinator.
Denise Gaeta, Auditor Treasurer.
And I said before, I'm Susan Hansen. I'm the county's labor attorney. And as noted earlier, we're looking forward to this process of negotiating a new collective bargaining agreement with you folks. So thank you again for being present. Casey, do you want to go ahead?
So, one of the things that I would like to start with is we do have proposals drafted. Sorry, Susan, I just realized you probably couldn't hear me.
Thank you. Go ahead.
But I think the bigger fish of this is obviously your study, and what it looks like as far as wages.
Sure.
I was able to look through some of the data. I think this was, I can't even remember what we officially called this document, narrative report or something like that. I was able to go through some of that. There are still some significant questions. I don't know how the county is prepared to necessarily start, if possible, with the study itself, and then maybe the union decides if today we can give our proposals. So we come to the table.
Absolutely, Casey.
Okay, yeah, we come to the table in the spirit of moving forward, but we do need to start where I think the big elephant in the room is.
Absolutely understand, and that I appreciate and understand that position. We are prepared to start with a presentation relative to the classification compensation study. We also have our opening wage proposal that involves not only implementation and placement on the new salary structure, but also an opening general wage adjustment for 2025, 2026, and 2027. And so while, in the typical negotiations process, the union would start with their initial proposal. I recognize and we recognize that this is a unique situation given the classification compensation study. And so we're happy to proceed with our presentation and our initial wage proposal. When the union, and I recognize it's a lot of information to study as well, right? And that is absolutely understood and appreciated. And so at the point in time in which the union is able to present a proposal, then we will be, after that, able to respond to the union's proposal. And then we will have additional proposals at that point in time. But we're happy to start with this presentation and with this proposal if that works for you.
Yes, we are amenable to have you start with that piece.
Okay, great. And so, just by way of background, and I know the business agents were provided with the Gallagher narrative report yesterday, as were employees. We do have extra copies of that available in the room in the event people need extra copies of that now. If you already have a copy of it with you, maybe you don't want more paper, but we're happy to hand that out as well. And so just by way of background, as you know, Todd County has been contracting with Gallagher Benefits to do a classification compensation study. Gallagher Benefits is a third-party vendor that does this work throughout the state of Minnesota. As part of their work with Todd County, the purpose and the goals of their work with Todd County included doing a comprehensive evaluation of positions at Todd County through the position description questionnaire process to determine grade designation and placement in an overall salary structure, ensuring that there were equitable compensation relationships among county positions to comply with pay equity and to have within job families, an equitable relationship within those hierarchical structures. The classification compensation study also involved market analysis and market work to establish pay ranges that were competitive and to ensure that the structure was market competitive. With reference to the position description questionnaire process, or the PDQ process, as you folks know, employees were asked to provide input and provide information relative to those PDQs. Supervisors and managers reviewed those to ensure that the information was accurate. Gallagher then evaluated that information and did a job analysis across and using a number of different processes, including the state job match, Gallagher's point factor grading system. They refer to that proprietary system as the JET point factor grading. They also looked at market alignment issues associated with job evaluation, and they reviewed the organizational hierarchical structures within the county. For purposes of the market study, they also utilized and conducted market analysis. The market that they utilized is outlined on page 8 of that narrative document. They looked at 26 counties. The 26 counties are listed in the middle of page 8. I won't read all of those for your benefit. There were 11 of those 26 who also returned specific custom surveys that Gallagher provided. So all 26 were reviewed from the standpoint of information from the AMC salary survey. And then in addition, 11 of those 26 also reviewed or provided additional detailed information as part of this custom survey. As part of the market analysis, when Gallagher does a market analysis, they use a job match system to ensure that 80% of the job duties match in order to consider that a match for purposes of market analysis. The system that, well, as a result of that market analysis, we have information back from Gallagher, and this is on page 10 of the narrative, where they look at and issued findings regarding the current compensation system, the 2024 compensation system, and its competitiveness. Gallagher and other classification compensation consultants consider 0 to 4.9%, whether it's plus or minus 4.9%, to be highly competitive. A competitive compensation structure is when it's plus or minus 5 to plus or minus 9.9%. And then slightly misaligned is plus or minus 10 to plus or minus 14.9. And then there's significant misalignment when it's plus or minus 15. Gallagher also looks at Todd County incumbent pay, so actual pay in Todd County, and they look at that across a variety of different employee tenure to evaluate the market as it relates to a variety of different employees at Todd County at various points in their tenure. So the 25th percentile at the bottom of page 10 looks at employees who are early in their career within the first 5 years of employment. And so when looking at Todd County average incumbent pay within that 0 to 5 years, the Todd County average incumbent pay was 2% above that market. But then when we look at the top, when we look at the 75th percentile, and that's, referring to employees with 10 plus years of service, employees with significant service, the Todd County average incumbent pay at that point was at negative 10% below the market average at that point. And then for people kind of in the middle at 5 to 10 years of service, their average incumbent pay was found to be 4% below the market. Gallagher has recommended a 17 pay grade salary structure. I believe the county handed out a separate document for you with that proposed salary structure. It's that single sheet. The 17 pay grade salary structure includes pay grades A through Q. There is 8% difference between each grade. There are 15 steps within each grade, and the steps include a 2% difference between each step. Now, the pay grade that you see before you does not include a general wage adjustment for 2025. So that does not yet include a 2025 general wage adjustment. We are proposing a general wage adjustment for 2025, but we are first proposing placement on the grid and then application of the general wage adjustment after. And we'll get to that in a specific spreadsheet, but I just wanted to be clear with reference to that. The narrative information from Gallagher includes on page 13, 14, 15, and 16 the grade designation for employees throughout the county. And as we look at the AFSCME Public Works bargaining unit, there are a number of different classifications within the bargaining unit. The majority of your members are heavy equipment operators, and heavy equipment operators were evaluated as grade F, and you can see that on page 13. The other classifications in your bargaining unit, mechanic, etc., lead person, those are listed as well. The placement on the salary schedule as recommended by Gallagher is on page 17. And what Gallagher recommended relative to placement included, first, for any individual who's below the new minimum would be brought up to the minimum. And then secondly, employees would be placed on the step in the new grade that was closest to their existing wage, but either at or above their existing wage, so that no employee would receive a reduction in wage. So again, employees would be placed on the step of best fit, which is the next closest step that would provide an increase to the employee or meet their existing wage rate. If you look on page 17, you can see the cost of the proposed implementation. Again, this is without a general wage adjustment. And overall, the percentage equivalent of implementing the salary structure is 1.79%. Of that 1.79%, roughly half, 0.86, consists of placement on the step, and roughly half, 0.93, reflects bringing employees up to the minimum. The county intends next week to provide employees with a specific letter. The letter is on page 23, I believe, of the narrative that outlines some background information relative to the study and also includes information regarding the specific pay grade. It will also reflect information regarding the appeal process. Gallagher has outlined an appeal process where employees can appeal their grade designation through Friday, November 15. Just by way of background, the appeal is to appeal the grade designation. The appeal looks at the actual work duties of the employee, the qualifications required to perform that work, and it's not though about job performance. It's not about employee performance. It's not about the volume of work. It's not about compensation. It's about grade designation. You know, obviously, and we're here to negotiate the implementation of the pay scale. We're here to negotiate the implementation of the study and the wages associated with that. But we are providing this appeal process relative to grade designation. And when the employees receive this notice, they'll get additional information about the appeal process, including some template forms relative to that appeal process. I would like to then, I guess, direct your attention to another document, Casey, that the county can hand out. We have prepared specific spreadsheets that outline the implementation of the classification compensation study for this bargaining unit. Everybody has one there. Now, if you look at this page, you'll see on the left, employee name, date of hire, job start date, and then if they're full-time or part-time employees, their bargaining unit status, and their current job title. One of the issues that Gallagher has recommended is the change of job title for some classifications. You have one classification in your unit that affects. That's why Nancy is highlighted there. Her new job title would be Administrative Assistant 2. And again, that's why that's highlighted. But going back to the columns before that, we've included information regarding the current grade under the current 2024 salary structure, the step that employees are on in 2024 under the current grade, and you'll see you have a number of employees in this bargaining unit who are topped out at step 9 or who are at step 8, close to topping out at step 9. one of the things that we've heard from employees is, you know, a concern that when employees are maxed out on the top step, they're not eligible for annual step increases thereafter. And so this new salary structure, as you see, has 15 steps to allow additional step movement for those employees who are currently who are topped out, dependent upon their wage rate and that step of best fit. But moving over from the current grade and the current step under the current salary structure, we also show the current hourly rate in 2024. And then after that, we move into the job title, right? I'll just use Nancy by way of example. Her new grade is grade D, and the heavy equipment operator, their new grade is grade F. We've also included in the next column over what the step of best fit is. Again, that's the step that meets or exceed their wage rate. And so you'll see the hourly rate associated with that step of best fit in that next column over. For Nancy, it's $25.46. For the first heavy equipment operator, Patrick, it's $30.29. For 2025, we are, again, making the first pass on wages, recognizing that that's somewhat unusual, but because we're here to negotiate implementation of the classification compensation study, we wanted to start this process with a wage proposal. And so we are proposing a 2.5% general wage adjustment in year one, January 1, 2025, in year two, January 1, 2026, and in year three, January 1, 2027. Again, a 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. And so what you see under January 1, 2025 is that 2.5% general wage adjustment or COLA. And then what that would do, how that would increase the employee's hourly rate, what that percentage increase looks like with the implementation plus the general wage adjustment. So for Nancy, the value of the implementation plus the general wage adjustment equates to 4.15%. And for Patrick, the implementation coupled with the general wage adjustment equates to 4.05%. And then in the next column over, you see the dollar amount increase. And then with mid-year, employees are eligible for a step. So mid-year, that's when Nancy moves to step K, and that's where Patrick moves to step L. In the next column over, you'll see that hourly rate associated with that step increase. Then Jan 1, 2026, employees are again eligible for a 2.5% increase. We've shown you what that dollar amount is, and then they're eligible mid-year for a step, and what that step dollar amount is in 2026. Finally, in 2027, we show the 2.5% increase, what that dollar amount is, their step movement mid-year 2027, and what that final dollar amount is year-end 2027 at the end of the contract. The final two columns on the far right side show the total percentage increase associated with the implementation of the pay study, the 2.5% general wage adjustment year one, the step year one, the 2.5% increase year two, the step year two, the 2.5% increase year three, and the step year three. So for Nancy, it's 16.16%. And for the second employee, Patrick, it's 16.02%. And that's our opening wage proposal. And that's, I guess, the proposal we have relative to implementation of the classification compensation study.
Just a few clarifying questions that I have on the study itself.
Sure.
When the commissioners decided to go forward with the study, was there a targeted goal on what competitive actually meant to the county? What was their targeted goal for landing? And I'm not saying since the report came in, but targeted goal when the study began. So sometimes, and truth be told, in the public sector, we have many studies going on. And so I'm seeing multiple studies from different agencies. I've seen in the past studies from Gallagher. Sometimes I will see, you know, our intent at the start of the study was for us to land in between like 90 and 95% of market. Was there any kind of a target goal from the part of the commissioners?
Yeah. I think I understand the question, Casey, and I appreciate that question. I think we'll need to study that, and we can get back to you on that question.
Okay. Follow-up question, kind of again with the how the study was originally conducted, and this may be that same answer, Susan. With the large amount of comparables, was it Gallagher that made the suggestion for those comparables, or how did we land on that? I mean, that's a pretty big bulk size of comparables.
Yeah, it is. It is. I concur with that statement. So if you look at the market group was in consultation with Gallagher and the county. You'll see on page 6, it references the fact that the county approved the market group. And so the market group was, these 26 organizations were first identified by Gallagher in collaboration with Todd County. The county, you know, I will say this, the county felt strongly about having Minnesota county market data, you know, versus, you know, upper Midwest market data. Sometimes you'll see in studies in various places, like upper Midwest market data, and the county felt strongly about the need to focus on other Minnesota counties.
So more of those outstate counties. With respect to a labor market that's compressing on us, I will tell you that from the union standpoint, we also ran our market comparables, but our market is looking at what is our labor market. Who are we competing with for applicants? And so we have pulled some of that data. I was just surprised to see such a large number of counties with so much variation in the populations. So that threw me, and I just wanted to know if maybe there was a piece of the study I was missing on why that happened. With implementation of the study, sometimes we see changes to existing job descriptions. Are we anticipating anything like that coming?
So I'm going to look to Nellie or Jackie to answer that question, if you can, as far as job descriptions changing. And if we need to.
Yeah, Susan, I don't know how into detail we want to go because we still have some figuring out with Gallagher yet. But obviously the ones with new titles, we will need to address that with Gallagher, what their plan was by proposing that new title, how they plan on doing, or I said giving us a recommendation for the job descriptions.
Okay. And then one other question that I had, and as I said earlier, I'm going through a lot of studies with many of my tables right now from various different companies. I was surprised to see an extension of the wage scales. Not that there aren't counties and entities out there with more than, you guys were sitting at 8 or 9? 9. So you were sitting at 9. There are counties and agencies that have higher step grids. I just haven't seen as a norm that coming out of a current study. So was there a benefit, or what was the basis of that extension? Because I haven't run into that yet in recent studies. Most often we're seeing compression happen.
Yeah, and so the 15 steps were proposed by Gallagher. You know, when asked about that, Gallagher provided information to us that from their perspective, that was in the norm. They also, you know, talked about longer step structures as well being present. But the 15-step system was the proposal from Gallagher.
So do we know
I
they're
do think, you know, and I understand, you know, Casey, what you're saying. I do. I do think one potential benefit is we do have a number of employees in this unit and other units who are, you know, currently topped out at 9, right? Topped out at step 9. And this system will give those employees opportunity for step movement where they haven't had that opportunity for step movement because they've been topped out. Now, you know, I recognize that there's different ways of looking at that, but that's one consideration, right?
Okay. So, I mean, I do want to commend the county for going forward with this study. I do think for intents and purposes, they have value. I do, and I want, you know, recorded that I manage the expectations of my members that this is somehow a saving grace, because historically they can be easily manipulated. And often how an employer wants them to come out with large pools is how that happens. I don't have any additional questions on the study. I would like a moment to caucus with my group to see where, again, we come to the table in the spirit of negotiations of, you know, and we do want to move forward where we can. I will tell you that I think there is too much for me to unpack where wages are concerned, so I would not anticipate delivering a response on wages today. But if we as a group feel that we can move forward on other items, we are willing to do that, but I do want to talk with my guys on that first.
We understand, Casey.
Okay, so just give us a moment to step out, and then we'll come back in.
So Casey, we'll just stay here in open session.
It will not be, it won't be more than just a few, so leave it open.
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
As board members, we are still in open session, so whatever we're on streaming. Yeah.
Thank you for that additional time. As we had indicated, we will go forward with our proposals, but we will not be giving a response on wages until I can unpack what we have now seen. And then again, to make an informed decision on what we want to propose, we want to compare it to obviously the market data that we have pulled and feel is relevant. So we do appreciate the county, the county starting with their proposal. I also want to say, when the study was approved, there was a lot of discussion on the board, and this was in reference to the October 15th meeting. I need to give credit where credit is due. There were commissioners that spoke out in problems with the study. Your employees heard that. I want you to know that, and they appreciated that. And there were also comments made that fell very, very flat for employees. And so that definitely drives how your employees feel as far as valued. So one of the comments was if somebody was gonna leave for 50 cents or $1, then they're gonna leave. And that doesn't help anybody feel that they're valued. So I do commend the conversations that were had that I know were probably hard to say. With that, make sure I'm giving you the right document. Susan, I just gotta get on internet, and I'm assuming you wanna be able to see what we're seeing. So I can.
Yeah, if possible, that would be great. Thank you. And if it's easier, the county could scan it, email it for me too, whatever is easiest for you, Casey.
My guys all have a copy, correct? 1, 2, 3, pass those one that way. Pass these that way. Just gotta make sure I have the right one. And I'll just pause while Nellie gets that done.
Okay, thank you.
Susan, if you just want to let us know when you have that, then I'll get started.
Okay. It's not here yet, but I'm sure it'll be in just a minute. So go ahead. That's fine. I don't want to make you wait.
All right, I'll get started. So I do thank you for the time at the table. We do come in good spirits. We believe, positive labor relations gets us all where we want to be, and that is essentially a good and respectful workplace for the employees of Todd County. I'm sorry, I'm looking for one document that I had out in front of me. So Public Works, within this ASME contract, we represent 17 employees in this bargaining group. 71% of those employees are your constituents. So they live here. They're residents of the county. And I do think that that is important to point out. They live here and they serve here and they work here because they care about the community. With that, we'll get started with our proposals. I am a fast talker. Do not hesitate to stop me or ask for clarification. because sometimes I don't even realize how fast I'm going. So U1 is a simple technical change. As we agree to anything, we would update all dates throughout the contract. At this time, U2, we are coming in initially anticipating a 3-year contract as we work out some of those wage and economic proposals that could change, but at this time, that is our intent as well. U3 is in reference to our article for hours of work. The intent behind this is because pretty frequently, our heavy equipment operators are doing mechanic duties and wrenching, essentially what we call wrenching on their vehicles. Some of that is regular maintenance as required by their job, and some of that is going into lines of fixing problems. And so because this is happening on a consistent basis, our proposal is to change the rhetoric specifically for heavy equipment operators that are doing mechanic work. We currently have a 4-day consecutive minimum before our guys can bump in an out-of-class pay into the higher range. So you can imagine we're getting 2 days, but we're not going into 3 and 4. So our guys are very much so doing work they're not being paid to do. That's the heart of this proposal. And so essentially it would just be putting in some sort of a exemption language that would say, in this scenario, they would not have a 4-day consecutive workday minimum. And if the mechanic work needs more mechanics, obviously the county can, develop that within their budget and decide, but we feel very strongly that if our workers are doing the work, they should be getting paid appropriately for it.
So Casey, can I ask questions now, or do you want me to wait?
Absolutely, I am fine with you stopping me in real time, that's fine.
Okay, so you mentioned that they do kind of incidentally wrench on vehicles, right?
Correct.
And my understanding is you're not seeking to capture that, but you're seeking to capture the full days or the full shifts less than 4. Is that right? Am I understanding it?
Correct. So there isn't always a simple way to describe the difference between maintenance and mechanic work. Regular maintenance, topping off fluids, even changing oil, we would concede are a part of our heavy EO maintenance, regular maintenance duties. It's when you're wrenching on a vehicle to fix a problem. So maintenance should be done to prevent a problem. Mechanic work and wrenching should be fixing a problem. And if our guys are doing that work, they need to be getting paid for that.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Did I miss anything on intent, guys? Okay. Our U4 is in reference to our article for overtime. We currently have comp time banks that are established with a max accrual currently of 120 hours. With the amount of overtime that these guys have, to give them that further option to take that as comp, we would propose to increase the max accrual from 120 to 160 hours, but still maintaining that 80-hour carryover year to year. So we don't anticipate to be dragging more from year to year, just opening that up during the calendar year. U5, again, still in that overtime article. So that same article, you will see the red-lined addition to this existing language. This would be the only proposal. When we are in our winter, and God willing, we get snow this year, we would like to add some kind of provision that makes it so that if the guys are going to be coming in, if we can reasonably anticipate there's forecasted snow, that needs to happen before the end of the workday. And so what this language would read exactly is when employees are required to report to work prior to the start of their regularly scheduled shift, and they are not notified prior to 4 p.m. the previous day, the hours worked prior or before their regularly scheduled shift would be paid at time and 1/2. So if you're waiting to call and let them know, and this really speaks to a good work-life balance. If you're waiting to let them know something that you already know probably before they leave, tell them that. If you're gonna wait till 9 o'clock to tell them they're coming in at 3, that's where this would invoke the time and 1/2 pay. Again, I'm gonna make sure, because no one knows their work like they know it. Missing any intent there, guys. Okay. U6 in reference to state holidays and some changes that we're proposing. We currently have Christmas Eve Day and New Year's Eve Day paid as half holidays. We would propose for those to be moved to fully paid holidays. And then the addition of the state recognized Martin Luther King Jr. Day, as well as Juneteenth, both as paid holidays. U7 is also in the holiday article, and this is just cleaning language up to clearly define that when a holiday is in observance, so it's maybe the holiday hit the weekend, that is also paid as double time if they're working it. If it's the observed holiday, it counts as double time. U8 is in our vacation article, and what we are essentially proposing here is just some additional time, again, looking at what draws a new applicant into an employer. And so that is wages, that is benefits, that is an opportunity for a good work-life balance. And so we are proposing some increases to our accrued days of vacation. If you want me to go through each of those individually, I can. I think the table explains itself.
Yeah.
Okay. U9 is really cleanup language. So there's some striking out that I'm seeing, and then just some proposed, really just aligning, Susan, into what earned sick and safe relationships and situations are. And so this is what we can see on its face. I didn't see other issues within that article. There may be other things that my mind's eye missed. This is our first proposal. U10 is in our sick leave and severance subdivision. We are currently paying sick leave accruals when an employee leaves their service. We're currently paying at 50%. When someone has over 1,040 hours, we would propose that that threshold be increased from 50% of their sick leave bank to 80% of their sick leave bank. And again, still maintaining that going into the healthcare savings plan. U11 is just proposals to update the paid leaves for what is called funeral leave right now. We would propose a change, a title change that you're seeing pretty consistently to bereavement leave. And we do propose an extension of what is the existing thresholds. Currently, in our contract language, it's by hours. Now, these guys do have summer hours, so we want to make sure that whatever number of days they are taking are appropriate to their hours. So our first proposal is that we're changing language to be from hours to days, and then increasing our threshold. So currently our proposal is 10 days for anybody, your domestic partner, your spouse, your child or legal ward, or anybody that lives in your household. 5 days for your own parent, your son or daughter-in-law, or domestic partners, family, under those same circumstances. 3 days for your sibling, your grandparent, your child, brother and sister-in-law, and then 2 days for your aunts and uncles. So we just changed what was existing in there slightly. U12 is in reference to Minnesota paid family medical leave, which has not become effective till the second year of our contract. We are realistic that we know we're in the midst of a big election. We don't know what this looks like after the legislative session, but because it is going to be relative to this contract, we're coming in with, as the law stands, our proposal is that the employer pay 100% of that Minnesota paid family premium, that we have protective language that allows our employees to access their accrued time. For those that do know, this is a percentage wage-based program, kind of similar to like unemployment. We would want our employees to be able to dip into their accrued time to get themselves to 100% of their wage. And then the last piece of that is that while they're on fully paid status, they do continue to accrue their paid time off. So that is our proposal for Minnesota paid family medical leave. Again, that is not going to come into effect till the second year of our contract. U13 in reference to changes to the healthcare, we do have the healthcare numbers available to us through the Insurance Advisory Committee. And what we have done here essentially is look at how did the numbers change? How do we make it so that nobody essentially goes backwards? And so first there is some technical language changes that need to take place because there was a plan that dropped out at the end of 2022. We'll do those technical changes. First part, as far as the economic piece of insurance, would be to increase our HSA contributions by $50 a month. So that would be moving our first threshold of $125 to $175 a month. And then I think we have one threshold that is $165. That would move to $225. We would propose to maintain that the employer pay 100% of our single plans, and then to increase the dependent plans regarding and in reference to the table below. And so what essentially I did, just so you know, the increases were $200 from the outgoing contract for year one, and then I pulled through the same increases that we had previously. So it was 75, 100, and 125 increases year to year. We did that same increase in 2026 and 2027. So the first year is 200. Second, we pulled through those same as the outgoing contract has. Just to give you the rhyme or reason on how the numbers landed.
So employee plus spouse increases 100, year two, employee plus kids increases 75, family increases 125.
Correct.
Right?
Yep, you're spot on.
And then that's the same for year three, right?
Correct. Yep, no changes there.
Okay.
So you said $50 a month?
Understood.
Sorry about that.
50 additional, I'm sorry.
50 additional, yes, increase, but so I think the 165 to 225, isn't that 60?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's my math's not mathing.
Well,
Thank you for catching that.
Just so we get it.
Yep,
get it
the
correct,
intent
if
is
that's the intent, 215?
Yep.
Okay,
Thank you for
thank
catching
you.
that. Nope, thank you for pointing that out. The intent is $50 increase to both of those. So 215. Yep, thank you. Linus was supposed to check my math. No, just kidding.
So instead of 2,100, 2150, right?
Nope, we're up in the, sorry, Susan, that probably got confusing to you. The my math on the HSA, the second ring was 165 with the intent of $50 increase, and my math to 225 didn't math.
Okay.
Sorry. Got it?
Yep.
Okay. Moving forward, U14, we have current language that has a specific amount regarding our retiree health plan. Now, this doesn't necessarily apply to everybody. There were thresholds with cutoffs on, certain employees in certain timeframes, and then anybody that was hired thereafter. What we would like to happen with the retiree language that exists is that it not be a dollar amount, but be cleaned up to say the single plan premium.
Currently, it's a flat dollar.
I was actually just pulling that out to be able to tell you.
It's like 680, 150 to 730, 150.
Susan, I believe it's a range.
Yep, so this is on page 22 of the existing contract.
Got it.
It actually is section 7 there, and it's $731.50 per month towards our retiree health benefit. But to ensure that that covers the single plan, we would like that language to be corrected to say the single plan premium as opposed to a dollar amount.
I understand the proposal.
Okay? And then within that same article, RU 15 would be some adjustments as well. So we have the 3 different rings, people that are eligible for the health care after they leave, and then we have employees who were hired between the date range, but that waived that retiree benefit. They currently have contributions to their MSRS health savings plan, currently at $250 a year. We would propose to increase that to $350 a year, so an increase for those employees only $100 per year. And then that additional bulk of employees is gonna be anybody that's hired after January 2022. We would propose that with having this language, and since they aren't eligible for something that previously did exist, that we should be increasing that threshold amount as we agree to wage percentage cost of living. So if we're adjusting wages, say by 2.5%, that amount should also be increasing by that same percentage. Not that I'm saying we're agreeing to 2.5%, we're just using a number there. U16, we, just because we think that if you do have to go out for training and you need to submit for meal reimbursement, that it is consistently hard to do at $25 a day. So we would propose an increase to that amount from $25 to $50 a day for meal reimbursement. And then U7 is just a placeholder for when we can come back to you with a wage proposal. I will tell you by the authority that we are afforded by the membership that elects the negotiation team. I mean, the expectation is a competitive market adjustment and a fair and equitable cost of living. I do again want to reiterate, I appreciate the start for the county, going through the study. We now need to unpack the data that you've provided us so that we can come back and give you a wage proposal. Any questions?
Thank you, Casey.
Thank you. All right, I think we're done.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
And I think we have our next meeting, Casey, with you again, right?
Yep, I'm gonna hang out. I'm gonna actually let my team know that we're wrapping a little early with these guys. So I can have
What time are we scheduled to start with them, Casey?
I think they're 3 o'clock.
Okay. If, by chance, if they're available early, let us know.
Okay, yeah, that is my intent to reach out to them. So I definitely will let you know if I get the.
Okay, and I'll text Jackie.
Okay. Okay, perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Casey.
Susan, do you feel we need to go into closed session or no?
I don't personally, unless the board does.
Okay, we'll just remain streaming.
Okay.
We are going to go into an intermission for a bathroom break right now.
song, right? Okay, do I have it on then? Well, that's
Is Susan?
Susan, we're gonna open the meeting again.
You let me know when you see it on there. Okay, we're good. You can say we are open.
Okay, we are reconvening from intermission. Oh, at the time is 2:51. And Susan, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can. Hello, this is Susan Hanson. I'm the county's labor attorney. We're happy to meet with you in negotiations this afternoon. I just wanted to remind everyone with the entirety of the board present, this is being conducted as an open meeting and in accordance with the county's open meeting procedures, including it being live streamed. And so I just wanted to remind people of that. We previously notified Casey of that via email, but I just wanted to reiterate that. Maybe we could get started by doing some introductions.
Okay, I'll go ahead and start. I'm Barb Becker, Commissioner.
Commissioner Randy Newman.
Commissioner Tim Denny.
Commissioner Bob Byers.
Lou Naska, Commissioner.
Jackie Ock, Health and Human Services Division Director.
Deborah Durheim, Todd County Health and Human Services. Nancy Grabowski.
Alyssa Etzler. Casey Worm, Labor Rep, ASME 65.
Stacy Wallbeck.
Stacy, you wanna take your, yeah, there you go.
Stacy Wallbeck. Gwen Berry.
Nellie Johnson, HR.
Jackie Bauer, County Coordinator.
Denise Gaeta, Auditor Treasurer.
Great, and as I stated earlier, I'm Susan Hanson, the county's labor attorney. We're happy to meet with you folks today, and we're really looking forward to this process of negotiating a collective bargaining agreement with you. Casey, would you like to go ahead?
Yep, so we will get started in the same fashion that we did with our brother union previously. We would like the employer to start, go through your study, present what you're willing to present. I will tell you, we've already had the discussion that we will also be, similarly to our brother union, delivering what proposals we can today, but it will definitely not include a wage proposal just because of the same reasons that we gave. We just need to unpack what's here. In the interest of time, a lot of what I will say here was already said in the previous, so I will try not to continue to repeat myself. But with that, I will let you get started, Susan, so that those that haven't heard it can hear it firsthand.
Yeah, I was going to say, unfortunately, I probably will be repeating myself. So for those who have heard me now, I'm sure you're waiting on bated breath. Can't wait to hear me again, right? So we really appreciate your attendance, and we're happy to go forward with our presentation regarding the county's classification compensation study. We understand that there's a lot of interest in that. And so while I'm talking, I'm going to have Nellie or Jackie hand out the Gallagher narrative document. We emailed this to business agents and employees yesterday, but to the extent you didn't receive this or would like a duplicate copy, we have that available for people in the room. We're also going to have a couple of handouts, but we'll get to those as we move forward. So as you likely know, the county conducted, with the services of Gallagher Benefits, a classification compensation study. The purpose of the study was to evaluate the relative competitiveness of the county's compensation system and to establish a classification structure for all jobs within the county with a mind toward or a view toward establishing equitable compensation relationships with internal jobs at the county to comply with pay equity, as well as to establish equitable relationships within a job family to reflect that hierarchical structure. The objectives of the study also looked at establishing pay ranges with market benchmarking standards that would ensure market competitiveness and to ensure compliance with the Fair Labor Standards Act, the federal law that governs who is exempt and non-exempt in Minnesota. The internal classification work that was done by Gallagher included a position description questionnaire process or PDQ process. And that involved work on the part of employees and supervisors where employees completed PDQs with reference to their day-to-day job duties and responsibilities to ensure that the job classification accurately reflected the position's work. Then Gallagher performed job analysis across a variety of different modalities, including the state point job match system, the Gallagher proprietary JET point factor grading, and also looking at a market alignment approach and the job hierarchies within the county. That position description questionnaire process results in pay grade designations, and that pay grade designation information is included within this narrative as well. We'll get to that here in a minute. Relative to the market work that was done, the market work that was done within this classification compensation study included a job market group that was recommended by Gallagher in consultation with Todd County and then approved by Todd County. The group includes a listing of 26 counties. They're all listed on page 8 in your narrative. I won't read them line by line just to not go on too long here. Of those 26 organizations, Gallagher utilized information from the Association of Minnesota Counties Salary Survey. In addition, Gallagher asked the counties to complete a custom pay survey with specific questions. Of these 26, 11 responded to that custom pay survey questionnaire. As part of the market work, Gallagher did a job match where they ensured that a position in Todd County had at least an 80% match of job duties in these comparison counties to ensure that it was a true apples to apples comparison. After that market study was done, Gallagher looked at the information of incumbent Todd County incumbent employees to determine where the pay rate of internal incumbent employees was. And when we do that, the methodology that Gallagher uses includes looking at the 25th percentile of incumbent employees based on kind of years of service and tenure, and the 75th percentile of employees, again, based on years in service and tenure, and the 50th percentile of employees based on years of service and tenure. So, for example, a 25th percentile employee is typically an employee with less than 5 years of service, someone who is newer in their career. An employee in the 75th percentile is typically someone with more than 10 years of service, someone who has extended tenure, and then someone who's in the 50th percentile is typically someone in the middle, between 5 to 10 years of service. Gallagher looked at the average incumbent pay at Todd County of employees in that 25th percentile or up to 5 years, and 75th percentile over 10 years, and as well as in the middle, the 5 to 10 years. And when compared to the market, for those employees in the 25th percentile, the average incumbent pay at Todd County was 2% above the market. At the 75th percentile, the average incumbent pay at Todd County was 10% below the market. And at the 50th percentile, the average incumbent pay at Todd County was 4% below the market median. Now, on page 10, you see here the guidelines that were used by Gallagher. These are fairly standard guidelines as it relates to classification compensation work, where they define 0 to plus or minus 4.9% of the market is being highly competitive. Plus or minus 5 to plus or minus 9.9 being competitive. And then plus or minus 10 to plus or minus 14.9 is being slightly misaligned. And then plus or minus 15 is being significantly misaligned. The work that Gallagher did resulted in a number of recommendations. Those recommendations including establishing a 17 pay grade salary structure. And Jackie or Nellie, if you could hand out that document as well. The 17 pay grade structure includes 15 steps. Now, the wage rates on this structure do not include a general wage adjustment for 2025. Just to be really clear, that again, the wage rates here do not include a general wage adjustment for 2025. We are proposing a general wage adjustment for 2025, but we're just not yet there in the conversation, so just bear with me. The 17 pay grade pay structure that you see here proposed by Gallagher, there is 8 percentage points between grade, and there's 2 percentage points between each of the 15 steps. The pay grades, or the grades to which employees and positions have been evaluated, are noted in the document on pages 13, 14, 15, and 16. I know that there are a number of different classifications and positions within this bargaining unit. You know, there's a number of larger positions as well. You know, I would note social worker has been evaluated at grade I. You can see that in the material. Public health nurse has been evaluated at grade I. Eligibility worker has been evaluated at grade F. And there's a number of other classifications within this bargaining unit, but I won't go through every single one of them. I guess I tried to hit some of the bigger incumbent, larger incumbent positions. Now, as part of Gallagher's work, they have recommended some job title changes that will affect this unit, specifically in the office support specialist and office coordinator roles. Gallagher is recommending the utilization of Administrative Assistant 1 and Administrative Assistant 2 job titles. That that will be noted on the document that we hand out shortly, outlining the proposed implementation. If you turn to page 17 of the handout, you'll see that the proposed implementation model by Gallagher includes a proposal to bring all employees to the minimum of the new pay scale if they are below the minimum. So if someone's 2024 wage is below the minimum, they're being brought up to that minimum of that new pay grade. The recommended placement also involves placing employees on the new grade at the step of best fit. And the step of best fit is defined as the next closest step in their assigned pay grade that would provide an employee with either an equal wage or a wage increase, certainly not a reduction in pay. The cost projections for implementation and implementation alone are in the middle of page 17 at 1.79%. So again, the implementation costs are the equivalent of 1.79% to place employees on the scale without a general wage adjustment, and to put people at the minimum if they're currently below the minimum. Of that 1.79%, you'll see that roughly half of those costs are associated with placement, 0.86%, and roughly half of those costs are associated with placing people or getting people up to the minimum. Again, that's before a general wage adjustment. The documentation in the narrative also addresses the fact that there is an appeal process. And so Gallagher is providing an appeal process of grade designations. What employees can appeal is the designation of grade or the grade designation of their position. That appeal is based on things like the work that is currently performed, the qualifications for the job, and the application of that to the grade. The appeal does not look at things like job performance. It doesn't look at things like volume of work. It doesn't look at things like compensation. The wages associated with classification compensation are negotiable. The implementation of this study is negotiable, and that's, obviously what we're discussing here today. But what's appealable under this study is grade designation. And so it is the county's goal next week to provide each employee with a letter similar to the information that you see in this material on page 23, which will provide information to each employee about their grade designation and the appeal. It will include the appeal format or the appeal template that the employee would need to complete. Appeals have to be endorsed by department heads, and the appeals have to be submitted by November 15. And that information will be included in the letter to employees. The proposed implementation of the new wage structure is outlined in an Excel spreadsheet. Nellie, are you able to hand that out, or?
Well, I figured that way was easier.
And one thing, Casey, that I wanted to indicate, there is a position, it's WIC coordinator, and I believe that position is a new position in your bargaining unit, correct? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
So WIC coordinator, you said?
Yeah, I believe that's a position in your bargaining unit, is that right?
I believe so. That's
So
Angela,
that
yes.
position, it was a new position. It wasn't evaluated by Gallagher because it was created after the study commenced. That position is not listed in this spreadsheet. So I just wanted to be clear with reference to that. So if we can, this is obviously a big spreadsheet with a lot of information. I'd like to kind of walk through it line by line, and I'd like to kind of explain it as we walk through it here.
Susan, I don't want to interrupt, but just to double back to our WIC coordinator position was not, but what is the status of actually evaluating this position for landing
Nellie,
it,
do you want to answer that, or Jackie?
landing it on the scale? Go ahead.
What do you mean?
Nellie
Sorry.
or Jackie, can you answer that?
So the position WIC coordinator currently employed by Angela, it doesn't tell me where that's going to land.
We don't know that.
How soon are we going to know that?
That is something we have to talk to Gallagher yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we're working on that update, Casey, and we'll continue to work on that. Okay. I just
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, obviously that's missing from this document because of the timing. So I just wanted you to know that. Okay, so as we walk through this document, I'd like to maybe just use the employee in the top row as an example, just because it's maybe easiest for reference. But, on the left-hand side, we have employee name, first and last name. We have hire date. And then we have job start date. So if the employee has transferred between positions or whatnot, that job start date would reflect that. we've included whether employees are full-time or part-time, and then their bargaining unit inclusion here. And these are employees on this sheet are all HHS AFSCME employees. The current job title is listed next, and then we have the current grade listed next. So for the accounting specialist, those employees are currently grade 6. We have the current step. So Tanya is grade 6, step 9, right? So that's for current step in the 2024 structure. And that hourly rate is $28.15. Okay, so that's current information. The new title under the classification compensation study is accounting specialist. No change there. The accounting specialist has been evaluated as a new grade E. And so with a new grade E, Tanya's step of best fit would be step L, and step L is at $28.60. So the implementation onto the step structure would result in a wage increase for Tanya from $28.15 to $28.60. Again, not a general wage adjustment, but just the implementation and the placement onto the new step structure. For 2025, the county is starting with the wage proposals, recognizing that that's an unusual thing to be doing in negotiations, but because we're here relative to a classification compensation study, the board is committed to working through this process and coming to a resolution. And so with that, we are starting with a proposed general wage adjustment of 2.5% in year one in 2025. So January 1, 2025, there would be a 2.5% general wage adjustment or COLA. And you see that in the next column, the increase or the resulting increase in wage rate. So Tanya would then increase Jan 1 to a $29.32 wage rate. When we look at that equivalent percentage, the equivalent percentage of both the wage placement and the general wage adjustment is the equivalent of 4.16%. So when we look at placement plus the wage increase, that's 4.16%. It's a total of $1.17 per hour increase. And then we see in 2025, she moves to step M. Again, so in 2025, mid-year 2025 is when employees step, and she would have that step in mid-2025 to step M, moving to $29.91. Jan 1, 2026, again, we're proposing a 2.5% general wage adjustment. That takes her to $30.66. She moves to step N mid-year. That's $31.27. Jan 1, 2027, we're proposing a 2.5% increase. That takes her to $32.05. Mid-year 2027, she moves to step O. That's $32.69. So over the course of the 3-year contract, from year-end 2024 to year-end 2027, she's receiving a 16.13% increase. That 16.13% increase includes the placement on the step structure, the 2.5% increase Jan 1, the step in 2025, the 2.5% increase Jan 1, 2026, the step 2026, the 2.5% increase Jan 1, 2027, and the step in 2027. One of the things that we've had some conversations with your business agent about in previous meetings includes the fact that this is a 15-step structure and questions relative to that. You know, one thing I would note is there are a number of employees in this bargaining unit who are currently topped out at step 9. And when you're topped out at step 9, you're not eligible for step increases. You're only eligible for the general wage increase. You're not eligible for mid-year steps because there isn't a step 2. With this longer step structure, you know, we are cognizant of the fact that even those employees who are currently topped out at step 9 will now be eligible for mid-year steps. And that's something that, you know, the board felt was important as we looked at this compensation system. So I just wanted to note that. Any questions about this information, Casey, or anything that I've addressed?
There's nothing from me as far as any additional questions that I haven't already posed in our previous meeting with our sibling union. Is there anything from my team that we haven't already discussed? Okay, then I don't think we do have any additional questions, Susan.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for your attention. I've made a similar presentation now 4 times today, and so if I sound a little bit like a broken record, it's probably because I am a broken record at this point. So if anyone has any questions, or, you know, feel free.
As I reiterated at the table, the same comments that I made with our siblings in Public Works hold true for this same group. We do appreciate that the county went forward with a study. We do think there is value there. We won't be able to give any kind of a wage response today because there is information that we need to unpack and look at what comparables we did compared to what you came in with. But again, all those sentiments from the employees hold true to this same contract. With that said, we will deliver the rest of our proposals. She'll give that to Nellie. She'll scan it for Susan.
And Casey, while you pass that out, I'll just to kind of explain the process for everyone's part who hasn't heard this. But after the union makes its presentation today on the non-wage issues, and then after the union can make a counter on wages, recognizing, of course, that this is a lot of information. It's a lot of, it's a very robust spreadsheet. And I recognize that it is a lot to unpack, but after the union is able to make its presentation and then make a wage counter proposal, we then will be in a position to make a comprehensive response, as well as propose any additional proposals we may have relative to contract language changes.
Understood. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
So we will get started here with our proposals from the Health and Human Services employees. There are 78 current employees that we represent. 54 of them are constituents of Todd County. They are residents here. We went a bit further with this group and kind of looked at some of those mid-max as far as years of longevity based on the information we've got, and it does funnel through the employer. We have 31% of our employees at 15 plus years in this group, 23% in that 5 to 14 year, and 46% less than 5 years. There's a lot of turnover in this department, and so we just want to get that noted as we start our proposals. I will indicate that there are uniform proposals that were previously brought with our sibling union. I won't, unless the table wants me to go into that same deep dive, I will just let you know this is uniform. If there are additional questions, though, that might have come up, feel free to bring them up at this table, okay? All right. So, and again, I still talk fast. Stop me if you need me to. U1 is just technical changes, updating dates throughout the contract. And as our sibling brothers asked me, we are also proposing a 3-year contract to start. Some of that can change depending on how we move on economic issues, but that is our intent coming in. This first proposal is U4 in our article for overtime, and really it is just to try to clean up some confusions that we've seen. Sometimes when we have language in here that references last full pay period, first full pay period, it gets into a gray area where humans tend to interpret things differently. Specifically, in this, what brought this part of the article was the supervisor is who told our employee that she had till the end of the year. That isn't what this language says. And so the employee was frustrated. Now, I do not believe that the supervisor knowingly did. I think she read it as the employee had till the end of the year to decrease that. Our initial proposal is really just to do away with language that says things like last full pay period, leave it with an end date, December 31st. Okay, and we have a similar proposal in a different part of the contract, but same intent, and we'll go over that. U5, again, we're looking at how do we recruit, retain employees to come to Todd County. That is a part of wages, which we're working on. That is a part of benefits, but it also is about that work-life balance. What we've seen in some other county contracts are things that they could be called different things, but essentially it's additional time, wellness days, I've heard them called, personal days, float holidays. But at the heart of it is just additional time that employees are afforded to be away from their job, to, you know, decompress, to reset. And we're choosing to call them personal days. Essentially, we're not landed necessarily on what the title is. But essentially it would be at a tiered structure based on years of service. So employees that have years 1 through 3 would get 1 day of personal. 4 to 6 years would get 2 days, and 7+ years would get 3 days. The intent behind this would not be that they compound or continue to draw from year to year. They do have to be used before the end of the calendar year, so they don't continue to build up. Likewise, U6 in similar tone, what we're looking at here is our vacation accruals, and we wanted to address this in 2 different ways, one of which would be actually compressing the scale so that we're getting to the top of that tier before 25+ years. Truth be told, U.S. Department of Labor right now has average tenure at like under 4 years. The young workforce that's coming in and replacing like our boomer generation, they're not staying at an employer for multiple years. And so you have to make it somewhat affordable that it looks to them, okay, this is attainable. Because when they come in at year 1, 25 years seems like a really long time. That's at the heart of this proposal. So we have looked at in that first column, just compressing some of those, not doing any changes between years 1 through 5 as far as the compression, but then starting to compress 6 to 8 years, 9 to 11, 12 to 16, and eventually then capping out at 20+ years. In the second column and third columns, what we did here was looked at how could we appropriately adjust these hours. What this matrix did just for numbers is it's about a 3% increase on the accrued hours. So that's how we built the matrix in the increase that we're asking. U7 is our vacation article. We have language in our contract that affords our employees severance payout of their sick leave. And though there is county policy that dictates this, we do feel it appropriate to have that built into our contract language. Our contract is our first governing document. And so our U7 is essentially to implement some sort of language that would afford our employees 100% payout of their accumulated unused sick vacation at the time of separation. U8, similarly to what we've brought to the table with our previous union, sick leave just to align relationships and situations to Minnesota Earn Sick and Safe. As well, our U9 is uniform surrounding Minnesota paid family leave, which comes in year 2 of our contract. And then U10 is some additional language that we're proposing for what we like to define as a lateral transfer. And so when you see the turnover, say for instance, in a social worker or an eligibility specialist, there may be vacancies that come about where somebody, say, works adult programs and now they want to move over into family programs. We'd like to implement some language, and this is what we would propose, that allows employees to laterally move within their classification to other positions that open prior to them being open to the public to fill the vacancy. So it just allows people to go, I've been working in adult mental health for 10 years. I'd like to go into CP or vice versa. It gives employees the latitude to basically move about the department. So the language that we're proposing, this would all be new language, Susan, in reference to that in our seniority article. Likewise with U11, also in our seniority, there's current language that allows the employer to start new employees higher on the pay scale. We would be proposing to strike that. Partly because if your wage study did what it should have done, your starting wages should be where they should be. There'd be no reason not to start somebody at step one. And so that would be our proposal, is that we are preventing that from happening, partly because the biggest problem with that is the leapfrogging that can come and how that makes existing employees with years of service feel. Okay. U12 is another uniform proposal, our health insurance proposal. Well, I shouldn't say uniform because there's one slight variation. The amounts as far as premiums are uniform. This group is actually proposing a $15 per month increase to the HSAs. So $15 per month from $125, and I hope my math is right this time, Lou. $15 from $125 to $140 and $165 to $180. I was right that time. I had bad math last time. So that would be the only deviation from this group. Within U13, similarly to what we've already brought, written slightly differently, it is at the heart of changing the language to cover retiree health benefits at the full cost of the premium as opposed to a dollar amount. We would propose with U14 that we are aligning meal reimbursements to IRA's per diem rates. And then U15, our placeholder to come back and give you a wage proposal. Again, based on what the conversations we're having with the membership in this group, it is still that same expectation. A market adjustment that's competitive and then a fair and equitable cost of living. U16 is again back to that, just cleaning up some of this gray language that says things like first pay period, last pay period, define it by a date, and so we just propose to strike that out and say July 1st. And this would be step increases. And then one last new proposal that we feel is relevant here, U17. We do have a group of employees that have the skill and ability to speak bilingually. And what we can see that does is when they're able to communicate in first person with that client that speaks a primary different language than English, it is cost savings to the county because they're not having to use Language Line or the Bridge or whichever interpretation company. So it streamlines, it makes for better customer service for our clients. It does save cost saving for the county in not using those interpreter fees. That said, we think that there could be a bilingual pay stipend for those employees that afford that. We're coming in proposing that would be just a standard stipend for bilingual employees of $1 more an hour beyond their regular base rate. Within this language, we would concede that it would be appropriate for the county to have some sort of testing process or evaluation process for ability. I believe that is the wrap of our proposals. I'm going to ask my team, did I miss anything or miss on an intent? Okay. All right. That concludes then ours.
For that. Yeah, thank you very much for that explanation. And so we appreciate your time and the meeting today. As I stated earlier, we look forward to coming to a mutually agreeable contract to resolve terms and conditions of employment for the upcoming years. We look forward to the wage response, Casey, and going forward with this process. So thank you everyone for your time and attention today.
All right, thank you, Susan. Thank you all.
Take care. Bye-bye. So do you want to do a quick closed session or not?
We sure can right now because everybody's here, Susan, if you've got the time.
Yeah, so you'll just need to do that.
Yep.
quickly.
I gotta find the right paper. Okay, by statute, the meeting at this time, the county board to discuss negotiation strategies, I can't say that today, pursuant to Minnesota statute 13D.103. I would ask for a motion to close, so we can go into the closed session.
Motion to close.
Motion by Noska, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Byers, I believe. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed and carries. So we'll go into closed session. Are we?
I'm waiting to see. We're back in session. You can go ahead and.
Okay. First, I'll need, do I need a motion to open?
Yes.
I'll ask for a motion to reopen the meeting.
Motion.
Motion by Nazca. Is there a second?
Bob, second.
Second by Byers. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, and carries. Now I will ask for a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Motion by Newman. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Denny. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, and carries, and we are adjourned. I never stated the time that we came back in, but it's 4:01.